Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to another stream. It's a fabulous Friday night. Time to party. Maybe for some of us, but for some of us, we're gonna have some fun flying some planes. So I know I promised last stream I'd get back into PMDG, but I also said I wanted to do some Air Canada apps. But as I started looking at, what does Air Canada actually fly out of Yellowknife? It didn't appear that I saw that they flew 737s out of here, so I decided to go with the Crj900, which is what it appears that Air Canada actually flies out of here. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take the CRJ out of Yellowknife. We're going to fly into Edmonton again. I know I just recently flew into there, but that seemed to be the better option based on what Air Canada actually does. But once we get to Edmonton, we're going to switch over to the Fenix A320. Technically, in real life, they fly the A319, but I really did not want to fly the VFR A319, so I'm using the A320. So be it. It's not quite 100% realistic, but I do know that Air Canada does fly the A320. It just doesn't happen to be on any of the routes that we're flying tonight. Um, Before we begin, I do kind of want to share a funny story about an experience I had tonight after I got out of work. So I will quickly say that Friday nights are usually when I go out to get my groceries. I usually will order from Walmart for pickup. I don't typically go into stores unless I have to. Um, Obviously we still know that the monkey virus and where monkeypox, especially the COVID, still going around amongst other things. I do have a somewhat um, inundated health, to whereas if I got COVID, I'm not saying I think I would be somebody that would die from it, but I think that if I did ever come down with it, I would really get hit hard. It would really be difficult. So for me, for now, I'll just try to be safe the best I can, do what I need to do, go and do what I would do, but try to be safe. But anyway, after I picked up my groceries at Walmart, this gets into the funny part of the story. The real main reason I wanted to quickly share this. So tonight I decided to go to McDonald's. Now, when I go to McDonald's, I always order through the app. You're going to get the best deals that you're not going to get unless you use the app. Well, for those that don't know, you can go to McDonald's most days through the app, and you get basically buy one get one free, mix and match. So if you order a quarter pounder, you get a free Big Mac, or I suppose if you wanted, you could get a 2 quarter pounders, or maybe you want a quarter pounder with cheese, and maybe you want a 10-piece nuggets. There's a choice of three. Nuggets is one of them. I don't usually do nuggets because nuggets kind of seem, for what it is, nuggets kind of seem chintzy for the price. But I guess maybe that's just me. But anyway, while I'm waiting for my pick up my groceries at Walmart, I'm putting my order together for McDonald's. So as soon as I get in the parking lot, I can put my order through. I get there, and they literally had now this McDonald's has 2 lanes. They actually have 2 ordering windows to pull into, and they had cars wrapping around the building, practically out into the street. That's how many cars there were. So I'm kind of like, well, I got a stream to get to tonight. I don't have time to sit and wait in the drive-through, so I'll just kind of pull around to the other side, which just also happens to be the same side the drive-through window is on. Um, if I pull into the parking spot, put my order through, go to walk up to the door, and I get stopped. Now, when I get there, mind you, there's an employee talking to this other customer, and the employee stops me, goes, lobby's closed. I mean, so I'm like, what are you talking about? Lobby closed. Now, mind you guys, it's 5 o'clock. Everybody's wanting to go home hour, 5 o'clock, go home, and, same thing in the morning. Everybody's trying to go to work. It's probably two of the biggest times McDonald's is going to make the majority of their profit. I'm not sure what it is during lunch, but I would suppose that lunchtime would also possibly be another profitability spot where you want to make sure your store is properly staffed, everybody's ready to go to get those orders taken care of, and people out the door. Well, anyway, I asked them why the lobby's closed, And this is what I find funny. Kind of funny, maybe, depending on how you think about it. Not funny. I mean, you could probably use your own imagination, especially if you have a business background. Now, the other thing I want to say before I say it, keep in mind the specific McDonald's. Well, there's always been a McDonald's in that spot for probably since before I was born. And I was born in the mid 70s. But they did tear down that original McDonald's. They built a brand new McDonald's. So the McDonald's is actually there now in that spot. They probably only built it like 10 years ago. So it's a relatively new McDonald's. So it's hard to imagine that, there might have been some major health concerns or safety concerns with the building or anything, right? But anyway, I'm ranting. I'm gonna try to not do that. But anyway, the explanation that the employee gives me is they couldn't hire enough people to work both drive-through and run the lobby. And now the other thing I didn't mention yet is this is a college town. Um, there is a state university here in town. Now, if any of us knows anything about colleges, yeah, you're gonna have your well-off people that they got the money to pay the whole way there. They don't have to worry about getting a side job or anything. You got some people there that can kind of afford it, maybe not afford it, maybe might go looking for a job, but you're also always, at a state university, going to have some that, don't come from well-to-do families that, have to get those student loans, have to get those scholarships, have to get that, that at least part-time job outside of college to be able to, afford to pay the tuition, the school books, the place they're going to live, whether it's in a dorm or an apartment off campus. So for them to tell me they couldn't get enough people to work, you know, in the United States, McDonald's, when it comes to fast food, is probably one of the most popular, most well-known restaurants there is. And mind you, in this town, all we have is Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's. Wendy's is probably the most expensive, somewhat chintzy for the price, but probably the best quality out of all three. Then you got Burger King and the Whopper. You know, I'm not gonna say super heavily priced, but I'm not gonna say cheaper either. But quality level probably next in line under Wendy's. But then you got McDonald's. Well, the only reason I go to McDonald's is you get to buy one get one for about $5.50 after tax, which ain't bad, right? But with that being said, for that employee to say we don't have enough people to work here. I don't know. I mean, on one hand, it's kind of funny. It's kind of laughable that he would say that. But if true, that's not really quite so funny. Because in my mind, if that is actually true, and with everything being said, I kind of feel that that's just the answer he chose to give, or what he was told to say. And in my mind, I believe there might be something a little more serious happening here at our local McDonald's. Now, what that is, I don't know. I don't own the business. I did end up getting my food and make it back to streaming on time. But let's go ahead and at this point, let's go ahead and get things going. Now, I did not really do anything at all
Boarding requested.
with this plane. So we will be pretty much doing everything from scratch. I'm going to come over here, get the old tablet fired up. Now, normally I would have gone ahead and, made it daylight, but I kind of thought it would be kind of cool if we actually made a time close to being the time that this plane would have actually loaded and taken off and out of here. So it is around 7 o'clock in the morning currently. They want the cargo doors. Might as well open up passenger. We're going to go ahead and get the APU going. Come on up here. We'll go ahead and get the Suppose I should have gone ahead and used the flashlight to flip somebody's light switches first. Here we go. Once I start getting some of these turned on, it'll start getting a little lighter in here. There we go. There's some lightage. Go ahead and get that floodlight going a little bit. Still not quite enough to see anything up there. Or so much over here. So I'm going to cheat a little bit, guys. Sorry. But I got to be able to see.
Crew boarding starting.
There's the light switch I was looking for. I tell you what, I'm just going to leave the time where it is. Go ahead and flip these two down. Get all the hydraulics. We'll go ahead and get the warning, passenger signs. Then we'll hit the nav. And again, I always like hitting the logo. Come back down here. Flip the armrest out of our way. Flip the IRSs. I will always hit these three here. Flip that guy. I already took care of those switches, but we need to hit the yaw damper buttons. That should pretty much kill all the warnings except for I do kind of need to come down here and get the thrust reversers armed. There we go.
Your crew has boarded.
Time to set the altimeter, which tonight
Passengers boarding
altimeter
starting.
is going to be 3002. Also get rid of this guy. There we go. Set the barometer 3002. There we go. Now I'm going to set the altimeter. This is one of the things I hate about this plane. Trying to find a way to easily see the altitude and adjust the altimeter. Well, this is, again, one of the reasons why I say that this plane really needs an update. Even the lights on those buttons labels, you can hardly read when it's pure dark. There we go. 37,000 feet is set. Now, while I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get the fuel and cargo configured. So tonight we need, for 0 fuel weight, we're going to go 69,973. Oops, I got that wrong. There we go, 69,973. And fuel, 11,437. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and set payload. I'm going to go ahead and copy the perf. We're going to come over here. And I do believe I saw some rain, so I'm going to set it to wet. Go ahead and set all. So I should have all my V-speeds, and we do. Let's go ahead over here and pause in it. And currently are at CYZF. Alright, we're positioned. I'm going to go ahead and load my flight plan. And then it's CYEG. Here's our route. Runway 34 is correct. No special departure, but we do have something entering into the arrival. That's fine. Arrival, we're going to land 12 according to that. It did not import the proper runway. So we're going to change that to ILS 30. Then we're going to go to T-tag 2, which is not there. Wait, no, it's already set. That's why I didn't see it. And then we're looking for a T-tag. But it wants vectors there. Why? Well, I guess I'll have to execute that and check out the flight plan to see if T-tag is already in there. But one thing I don't like is vectors. Next page. Go ahead and go to MyPo. Overload the vectors. One thing I don't like is why do we have two MyPos? Definitely gonna need to have to check the plan. Yeah, I don't like that. And then back down in. Why is that? Glad I'm checking this, guys. Yeah, that probably shouldn't be there. I'm gonna have to look at my approach chart to see what's actually supposed to be here. Alright, so Gator, Gvon. Well, I guess it is gate up. I'm blind. Gvon is valid. I'm gonna take the repo. Lab T is right. I thought I saw two. Again, anybody wondering why I'm saying this thing needs an update? There we go. That looks a whole heck of a lot better. Three five zero. And to confirm, 370. What do you mean invalid? Aw, this thing actually, that's right, this thing actually makes put it in the FL. Alright, I'm gonna accept everything else. There is no really any VNAV, so that mileage looks about right. Go ahead and fix that. Alright, I do believe GSX should probably be done, guys. That looks like they finished up now, so we'll go ahead and come up top. Let's go ahead and get the APU started. And tonight again, we are going to be landing taking off runway 34 for the final time. We're not going to be back to this airport in quite a while, and that's going to go the same thing for Edmonton. We've already been there twice within the week. Right now, my main goal is to try to do airports we have not flown into yet, but also at the same time make our way over to Salt Lake while also try to do something realistic. Alright, according to that, APU is running. Let's come back over here. We'll go ahead and get rid of the GPU. Let's go ahead and get rid of the wheel chocks. Go ahead and make sure our doors are closed. And we can go ahead and tell GSX to get us out of here. Yeah, we're not going to bother with that, guys.
Until push is completed and brakes are set.
And I will apologize in advance. I do believe I forgot to check to see if the pushback raise was enabled or not.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Go ahead and turn the beacons on. Oh, the beacons were on. Somehow they got switched around. Oh, I didn't. I definitely did not turn the strobes on. I did not ask for. Oh, that's why. I'm losing my mind. Which is a little different.
Locking gear.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna have to get rid of account control. That's annoying. We're gonna do. It says auto saved. Let's see if it actually is.
Release parking brakes, please.
I'm sure it'll still be better than
Commencing
how it
push.
do me if I let it do
Due
its
to
own
icing
thing.
conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
That's alright. I think you guys will be able to handle the engine start now. Your AI, you should be invincible. So there goes engine number 2. I always go number 2 first. For those that don't know, at least from what I've found, if you try doing engine number 1 before you do engine number 2, for me, more often than not, you'll end up shutting engine off 1 and going engine number 2, then number 1. Go ahead and go for number 1.
Please set parking brakes.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
There we go. Number 1 should be coming on its way up. Before I forget, I know I'm forgetting something here. So to confirm, we should be going flaps 8, but we got to set the trim, so we should be at 6.7. Oh, that's another thing, guys. I'm gonna do a no-no. Well, I should say a no-no. I know some people do it, but wrong button. Trying to find my trim switch. There we go.
Disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Usually I have my BOEING hooked up, y'all,
Left is clear.
because it only makes more sense for this aircraft. But to be honest, I don't really want to do a whole lot of switching around on the equipment tonight. So I'm going to do the best I can with AIRBUS flight stick, and then it'll also help me be all set for our second leg. But in theory, you should be able to use the flight stick to fly this plane. Go ahead and put our taxi lights on. Beacons are already set. Engines are running, so we're going to come up here and we're going to kill the APU. Fix those lights. So I got no warnings, but we do need to set the flaps 8. Nope. Nope, I gotta find that in between. I didn't take my notches out of the flaps. I mean, essentially, you should be flying this with the Airbus. But you can use the Boeing or the Airbus throttle quadrant for whatever you want. But I'm not about to constantly go back and forth taking the indents out. That's just a lot of work. But let's go ahead and go. So let's go ahead and say goodbye one last time to the Yellowknife terminal and say see you later. But yeah, someday, guys, we'll be back here with the passenger version of DC-6. We'll also like to come back here and do some DC-3 ops. Go ahead and get the strobes on. Take care of the landing lights. And again, taxi all the way down to the end of the runway. Start veering off to the left. And then we can come on over to the right. Not that we would really need the whole runway to take off this bird. Or at least I would hope we wouldn't. Although that's another thing, I don't think I should have had to accelerate the throttle quite that much to get it to finish turning. Alright. Well, that's not the toga. There's the toga. That's another button I usually have mapped on the Boeing yoke that I don't have now. But here we go. Let's go ahead and advance the throttles. We're on toga. Let's go. Alright, is my flight stick working? How is my autopilot on? Again, Aerosoft, please, please, please update this plane. Might as well go ahead and put the gear up.
Don't sink.
Oh, we're not sinking, we're climbing. Yeah, maybe I should have taken the time, guys, to get the Boeing yoke out. This thing, to say the least, is just a little twitchy. Trying to fly with a flight stick. Climb power. Should be following that. Set this to 250. I'm actually going to tell it to go to its next waypoint. There we go. Now this is one of the really cool things about this plane. I mean, look at that long, wide open view you get out of the cockpit. There you go, 10,000 feet. I'm gonna go ahead and let it go 270. Also come up here and kill all the lights. But yeah, no auto throttle on this plane, guys. You know, I mean, this could be a fun plane to fly even without the auto throttle. Does definitely take some work, especially if you want 100% realism and manually plan your descent and be at the right speed and altitude at each waypoint that you should be at. But I think with a few updates to the nav data and the overall, you know, lighting of this plane and feasible of use, like, I mean, if they wanted to, they could do like FSIMSTUDIOS did with the E175 and kind of put some false quick spots here so you can change some of those settings. I mean, yeah, you could grab your right Alt key, click on display, but then look what happens. Is that any good? And you can't just change it once and be good. It doesn't save it. You gotta go through and resize and resize. It's just asininely stupid. I suppose if you got the money to go out and buy a few add-on pieces of equipment, I mean, you can go out there and buy stuff that you can, you know, use bed next to, you know, programs, so you can actually have something here on your desktop to actually turn those dials and everything. You know, I mean, that would work, but I just don't have a dedicated desktop and two additional dedicated monitors to be able to have things fully set up in there all the time. I work from home. I do have to have these computer monitors also for work. So doing all that isn't exactly 100% feasible. Go ahead and set standard. There we are, 29902. And we should be good. I'm going to go ahead and mute the sim and we're going to play some tunes. Okay guys, welcome back to the flight deck. So we are almost there. Be down on the ground shortly. I'm not going to bother really doing a tour of the airport. I just did one on Halloween night. We'll go ahead and get the passengers unloaded, and then I'll probably be right back. I'll switch over to the Fenix, get set up, and then we'll get on going to our next leg. And then we will be done with this bird for a little while. Hopefully Aerosoft does update this plane again sometime soon. I'm sure you noticed if you were watching, this thing does like to hunt the nav path. I knew there had to be a reason why they were going to stick half bank on there. You know, keeping it on does kind of seem to keep it under control, but wow. I did plug in the frequencies for the ILS, so we will give it a go and see if this thing will capture the ILS and follow the glide slope. No, I'm pretty sure this bird does not know how to do an auto land. Not that I was wanting to do one tonight, but I just figured I'd mention it. Alright, so it is actually going to try to cut that corner and do a smooth turn. Let's see what she actually does. We are going to slow her down just a little bit. Okay, so she's trying. Go ahead and start putting some flaps in. We'll just have to see if she lacks in. She locked on. Now the question is, does she grab the glide slope? And she grabbed the glide slope. Alright, might as well drop the gear. Alright, my plane.
400. 300.
And we're gonna ignore that AI plane on the runway.
Sink rate. Sink rate. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Not too bad of landing. Go manual braking. We can also get rid of the reversers. Get rid of the spoilers. Start letting up the flaps. And exit. We probably definitely could have gotten off a lot sooner had I remembered that, hey, this thing has no water brakes. And started manually braking sooner. Alright, lights are taken care of. Let's go ahead and get the APU going. And we'll go find ourselves a gate. Well, technically, I do not know where Air Canada uh, parks at the gates. I do not have a Captain Canada subscription to that special website he uses to determine that. But I do know down here, Air Canada does park, as we can see them there at the gate. And looks like we will be taking. Well, that's too close, so I guess. Not a heck with it. It looks like it's really the only gate. Unless there's more out and around. Yep, that's the right gate. Let's go ahead and get rid of our taxi lights. Hopefully we'll be able to see the marshaller, maybe possibly get a dance tonight. Well, marshaller's over there. Why, I don't know. But this is the line right here I'm going to go with. 64A. Well, heck with it. I want to dance, so I'll park where he wants me. Apparently there's something screwy here with the parking spots. Which kind of explains why that plane was where he was at. Oh, that's because he wants this one. No dance for us tonight, guys. At least not here. I'm going to go right there. How could I be so blind? The other one was marked 64A, and that's what I chose, and we're not at 64A. That is for sure. We're probably not even going to get a bow. Not that I necessarily deserve one.
Deboarding requested.
I didn't see what he did, but I'd be surprised if I even got a bow tonight. See, that should have been 64. That one was marked 64A. But I didn't notice that there's actually a gate right here.
Passengers deboarding starting.
How? I don't know. Either way, we parked. We're being deboarded. We've all seen deboarding before. Nothing really special to it. But this is it. I'm going to go ahead and put my Be Back sign up. And I am going to go ahead and get switched over. While I'm switching over, however, I'm going to go ahead and mute the sim. And we're going to listen to some tunes again. Okay, guys, welcome back. There she is, the Fenix A320 Air Canada edition. So yeah, definitely flying the Air Canada A320 to Vancouver. This is going to be a 437 nautical mile flight. So it'll probably take us approximately the same amount of time that it took us to get from Yellowknife to here, possibly a little faster as this is a bigger plane with auto throttle. Hooray. Um, in case anybody is curious on what my landing rate was when I landed with the CRJ per Volanta, 121 feet per second. Or a minute, well, just 121. Let's go ahead and get GSX booted up. And then we'll go ahead and tell GSX to work its magic and start boarding the plane.
Requested.
Let's go ahead and get set up. Now I know most everybody doesn't hit all these switches, especially until we're ready to go, but hell, I do it anyway. It's just my flow. There we go. That's the good to go there for now. We'll come on over here. Tonight, according to SimBrief, they want us 32,000 feet, so that's what we'll set. And I always go past that. Come on over here. Go ahead and import the flight plan. I don't really necessarily care about that. I told it to use current time in SimBrief, so I don't know what its issue is. We're loaded. We'll come on over here. I do want to double check my detents real quick. For some reason, I did notice I've got 2 Fenix profiles in my settings. So I wanted to make sure they worked before we got underway. So let's go ahead and load the flight plan. And we are in it. Now this is the trick. Will she properly import my flight plan or throw a fit? And she did it. Yay. I don't have to manually put it in. So tonight we are AC. What was my flight number? 241. Cost index of 50. We're going to 320. We'll go ahead and get our wins. Now, according to the computer, we got 7 minutes to line. I'm not going to touch the IRS in it. And due to everything everybody does, you're not supposed to do the line on the reference. I'm going to leave it. But we are going to go to the next page and start putting in our weights. So black fuel should be 14.6. And then we are going with, 1 second, I can't read that. There we go, 130.9. then we're gonna put the slash in, and CG levels 29.3. That's in. Let's go to flight plan, and we're departing tonight. Runway 12, and then we're just going direct. No SID. I'm gonna get rid of that discon. I hate discontinuities. So when we get to Vancouver, we're gonna land on runway 8 left. I always go for the Zulu. We want Canucks. No, that's Canuck 5. Under his booth, like it's supposed to be. I hate this one that does this every time. And then we gotta go back again. Alright, looks good to me. Next thing we're gonna need is the perf. Again, we're going runway 12. Conditions are dry. So 141, 141, and 143. And then we're gonna do 1 up 0. I believe it was 63 degrees for the flex. No, 62. There we go. Go ahead down here, make sure you lock our cabin door. Go ahead and flip a switch here. Get some lights on. Go ahead and come over here. I'm just going to get that on because I will forget. Looks like we still have 2 minutes for alignment. Meanwhile, while we're waiting, make sure altitude is set. Now the altimeter should be set at 29.93. There we go, altimeter is set. While we're waiting for the IRS, let's go ahead and get the APU going. like we got about a minute. APU should be almost available. Yep, parking brakes are set. Wanted to double check that because I had to have the switch off earlier. Let's go ahead and disconnect the GPU. Go ahead and get rid of you and you. I shouldn't need Mr. Tablet anymore, so magically, unlike PMDG, I can just kind of make it disappear. And we are aligned, guys. Let's go ahead and tell GSX to get us underway.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
And I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. I'm going to start while pushing back anyway.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Well, if you're ready, get to it. I'm sure Air Canada doesn't pay you to just stand around and take your sweet time.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted. Locking gear.
Go up here. I'm going to put my beacons on. I'm going to have to double check the pushback. It might ask me to use a saved one. But we do need to go take it off runway 12. So I need to make sure tail goes to the right.
Exiting from
Due
editing
to
mode.
icing release parking, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Oh, I forgot PACX. Maybe, hopefully I can get this going.
Release parking brakes, please.
I am using this to load after all.
We're ready to go when you are.
Release parking
Yep, there we
brakes,
go.
please.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing push. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is
On behalf
completed
of
and
the
brakes
cabin
are
crew,
set.
I'd like to welcome you aboard
No,
our
thank
flight.
you. I'll
As
start
you
my
find
engines
your
now.
seat, be sure to place your larger carry-on items in the overhead bins and smaller items underneath the seat in front of you. If you have trouble finding a location for any of your carry-on items, please use the flight attendant call button over your seat and somebody will assist you. After you put your carry-on items in the overhead bin and it is full, make sure you close it as a courtesy to other passengers. Also, be sure that the aisle is clear and sit down so that way other passengers can get by you. If you are seated in an emergency exit row, please review the exit seating responsibilities in the safety card provided for you. Please make sure that you are able and willing to perform these actions. If you're not, please let a flight attendant know so that way you can be reseated. Now's the time to get out any last-minute text messages if you need to, but we ask that once we depart from the gate, you put away any laptops or tablets. Thank you,
Go ahead
and welcome
and
aboard.
fire up number 1.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 241 with service to Vancouver. Our flight time will be roughly 1 hour and 17 minutes. Now that the cabin door is closed, please make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position for departure. Cabin crew, prepare doors for departure, cross-check, verify straps, and stand by for all call. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your complete attention to the flight attendant as they demonstrate the safety features of our aircraft. You will notice a light illuminated above your seat. When this light is illuminated, please fasten your seatbelts low and tight across your lap. To fasten, insert the metal fittings into one another and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle.
Alright.
We suggest that you keep your seatbelt
Go ahead
fastened
and
throughout the flight as
kill
we may
the
experience
APU.
unexpected turbulence. There are several
Over
emergency
here.
exits on this aircraft.
Park and brakes
Please take a few
max.
moments now to locate your nearest exit. In some cases,
Speed
your nearest
brakes are
exit is
armed.
behind you. If we need to evacuate
Go
the
flaps
aircraft,
1.
floor level lighting will guide you towards the exit. In the event that the cabin loses pressure, an oxygen mask will drop right in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you. Place it firmly over your nose and mouth and secure the elastic band behind your head. Tighten the straps if necessary and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen may flow into the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask first and then assist others. Keep your mask on until a member of the
Tug
crew
is
advises you
leaving.
it's safe to remove it. In the unlikely event of a water landing, a life vest is located in a pouch under
I
the
will
seat
still
or
at
between
least
the
wait
arm
for her to
rests.
walk
When
away
inspected,
before
please
I
go
start
open the flap of the
taxiing.
pouch and remove the vest. Slip it
If
over your
I could
head.
see her.
Wrap the straps around your waist and buckle at the front. Pull the strap to tight. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the red cord only when exiting the aircraft. If it doesn't inflate automatically, you may blow into the mouthpiece for manual inflation. Each vest is
Alright,
equipped with a
as far
whistle
as
and a
I'm
light. If
concerned,
you need
she's
to,
away.
this position can be used as a secondary
Go ahead,
safety
release
device.
parking brakes.
Please make sure to exit the aircraft as soon as possible and leave your belongings. Please securely stow your personal items. Make sure your seatbelts are fastened and seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright position. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatories is
It does
prohibited by law.
apparently have
All of
a
this
problem with my
information and
nose
more
wheel
can be found at the
steering
safety chart
disagreeing.
located in the seat back in front of you. We suggest reading this and let us know if you
Oh,
have any
come on.
questions. Thank you for flying with us, and we hope you enjoy your flight.
Sorry about this non-realism, guys, but I'm going to have to try to find a way to get myself unstuck. There we go. Thank you, GSX, for that one. You know, I'm going to stop at the runway. I really actually am kind of curious to see if maybe that is because I didn't undo the pushback raise. And I don't know what that flashing is. I've noticed ever since I've installed this airport, just getting a lot of flashes, guys. And I'm going to travel through the de-icer. I mean, realistically, I probably should have taken another ramp down to the taxi, or the runway, rather. But since I have no live ATC to tell me which way I should be going, I'm just going to make my own way. Sure, I passed the cabin. There we go.
The cabin is ready for takeoff.
Yeah, but I'm not. I want to check a setting. Wrong one. I need aircraft setting. Oh, pushback raise was not selected. Don't know what GSX is doing. Hopefully they can fix that. It was probably that big old bounce that caused that issue with the nose wheel disagree and whatnot, for all I know. Alright, we should be good to go. Let's go. Alright, here we go, guys. Let's go ahead and do our flex temp. Here we go. And rotate. Go ahead and raise the gear. Goodbye, Edmonton, and hello, plane. You guys see that? This thing's changing switches on me. This plane just automatically switched my knob here. I don't like that. You know, if I didn't know any better, I would say I still have the artificial assistant find a way to sneak itself back in. Alright, we're high enough up in the air. I'm going to go ahead and let the autopilot take over. Oh yeah, and I forgot to go down the climb. Looks like it's time we can put up our flaps. Those are going home. Alright, here comes 10,000 feet. There we go. Go ahead and kill all the lights. PACX has already released the passengers for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now passed 10,000 feet, so you may turn on larger portable electronic devices. This is also a reminder to please keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the duration of the flight and do not form a line near the lavatory. This aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi. If you wish to connect to the Wi-Fi, you'll be directed to a page to pay a small fee for internet access. We do offer complimentary in-flight TV thanks to our partners. Connect to the Wi-Fi and you'll be able to access our wide range of free live TVs and paid movies library.
Alright, breaking through the clouds. And we are pretty much transition altitude. Go ahead and set standard. Here we go. So we are pretty much set now, guys, for cruise. Don't really have a lot to say right now. So let's go ahead and play some tunes.
moments, we'll be starting our in-flight service. We'll be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in your seat back for our list of complimentary and premium drinks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. Please note that we only accept credit cards.
it's your chance to be ruthless.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me make it, they don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared I walk a straight path. Not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
gentlemen, the flight crew has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelt. We have begun our final descent into Vancouver. Flight attendants will be passing through the cabin to collect any trash one final time. Please ensure tray tables are stowed and seats are in the full upright position. Please also store any carry-on items either in the seat back pocket or under the seat in front of you. Please complete all Wi-Fi related tasks and stow any larger electronics.
Alright guys, welcome back to the flight deck. So we're almost there on the descent. I did make one or two mistakes on the descent. I got, when I guess when I'm not flying a DC-6, I need to stop paying attention, completely to what Navigraph chart says I have a distance left to go, and start paying more attention to how much distance the plane says I have to go. The plane said I still had something like, I don't know, let's say, I was going to use an estimate here. So the plane would basically say I had like 190 miles to go, where Navigraph charts was telling me even though I had all the arrivals, everything put in there, it would say I'm at like 110 miles out, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, something's not right. If I wait too much longer to descend, I'm gonna be like crashing down on a descent, trying to get the plane down there last minute. So I was like, I'm gonna descend now. Well, Navigraph was wrong. Plane says I got 31 miles to go. However, currently, Navigraph says I've got 5 miles to go. Well, which one of us is right? I think the plane's right. What I think is happening is, even though Navigraph charts has the ability to show you your approach and put the lines in there, that distance, no matter what, is only going to tell you your distance from the plane straight to the airport. As straight of a line as it can get. I think that's how it's working. As far as the tablet goes, guys, you might have seen me use the calculator for the takeoff. I'll be honest, guys, you're probably never going to see me use the calculator for the landing. Just don't really feel that there's a need to. But then again, let's go ahead and do it. We still got time. Let's go medium brake. Let's see if it will actually. Yeah, guys, I'm really not sure how to use this. I don't see an activate calculate. Don't know what I'm missing here, guys, but I just don't see the point. I'm just going to land at 140 the way I normally do. I guess I probably should have been paying attention to how close and setting my speed reduced to here a little bit. But man, as much clouds as there is here, guys, we might actually see the first auto land I do on this stream or this channel. Put out flaps 1. I'm gonna go ahead and land the approach or activate the approach. And we're locked on. Go ahead and put in flaps 2. At this point, let's go ahead and make sure our auto brakes are armed, and they are. I heard a comment from at least one streamer. It always seems to be raining when we get here. Now, you saw us on the way in. Everything kind of looked clear until we get here at the airport. Really got to kind of wonder why that is. And looks like we have, in fact, caught the glide slope. So we are on the way down. Well, maybe we won't have to do an auto land, but still, I'm not liking how not visible it is. I'm no expert at landing these planes. I can do pretty well some majority of the time, but I don't know. Maybe I'm going to do an auto land tonight. We'll go ahead and drop the gear. Well, I'm starting to see the runway pretty good. I don't really know if there's really a need to consider that the auto land. Alright, we'll do a flaps 3 landing. Usually I go flaps 4 at 140. I'll try something new tonight. I think Captain Canada usually likes to fly flaps 3 on the landing. My plane. So far, so good. Looks like we got 2 red, 2 white. Starting to get a little high. But I do still look pretty good on the pappies. Although I kind of feel we're not quite center line. That looks
100
better.
above.
Too low. I should have left it where it
Minimum.
was. That's alright, we'll get there.
100.
Ah. It's alright.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
I'm floating the heck out of it.
5.
That's alright. Landing still felt good. Not completely perfect, but I'll take it. Alright, let's go ahead and exit
Ladies
to
and
the
gentlemen,
right.
welcome to Vancouver. The local time is 12:57 p.m. and it's currently about 13 degrees Celsius. You can now use your mobile device.
Go ahead and reset the speed
Please remain
brakes.
seated until
Take the
aircraft
flaps
has
back
come to a
in.
complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins as items may have shifted during the flight. We thank you for flying with us.
Go ahead and get rid of the strobes. Let's go ahead and get the APU lit up. Alright. Now, I don't really know where Air Canada parks. Now, on these flights, I really didn't try to pay attention to find what gates they actually land at. Good news is, on the way out here, I did kind of try to figure out my next flights. And this time around, yeah, I got them. So you definitely need to make a right here. Alright, so for tonight, because I really don't truly know, well, there's Air Canada there. I was parked near him. So, it looks like we're going to tell GSX gate 75. And we'll see if we can get a dance. If GSX wants to load. Oh, it did the dirty. Come on. You can load up for me. Ah. I don't know which is which. Let's see. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Ah, safe dock. There won't be a dance tonight. Well, that's actually kind of cheesy. Oh wait, no, there is a light. Eh, there we go. Alright, let's go ahead and kill the engines. Go ahead and kill the beacons. That's not what I asked for. Let's go ahead and get the GPU on. Go ahead and kill the APU. Definitely don't need it on the ground. And we'll request a deboarding. So here we are. We made it. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Vancouver. Now, at the very least, we're in the realm where Air Canada parks. Whether or not this flight actually parked at this gate or not, I do not know. I suppose I could have taken the time to find out, but I didn't. Now, again, there's nothing really fancy here. Let's go ahead and take a little look at the airport. I don't know if I'm going to take the time to do the whole thing. I mean, this airport isn't exactly the smallest airport out there. With that being said, I think I'm going to spend most of the time concentrating around the terminal. In fact, why don't we go inside a terminal and see if anything's actually modeled? Well, yeah, kind of in typical FSDREAMTEAM fashion. We'll use cardboard pop-ups for the people. You know, it's nice to see he actually went and updated his own airport for a GSX usage, but I don't know how I feel about how well they modeled this airport. I mean, back in the days of FSX, airports weren't really too bad. But at that point, the only thing anybody really was able to do was model the outside of the buildings and the airport itself. But today's standards, look at this. With today's standards, you're not going to see this right here. But as long as you're careful, I suppose, how you show the camera, you know, if you want to start some streams, you know, at least you can stand in here in a terminal, kind of act like you're actually in the airport waiting on the plane. But this right here, these cardboard people, to some extent, that kind of, I don't know, definitely get them at the wrong angle and doesn't really help your image. Kind of breaks the immersion. I'm definitely not sure. Think that these trees are supposed to be in here. Suppose maybe I could be wrong. I don't know. It's just the way they appear and the way they're placed, like right here. I think maybe I kind of know what he tried to do. Like maybe there is a tree in there, but it's kind of like instead of making his own model, he tried to put in his own polygon to bring him in, and that just doesn't work.
Crew to boarding starting.
I suppose we should also note it's been a while since he's released a new airport, which honestly, if this is where he's at as far as what he can do or what he has the time to do, based on what he's charging and whatever else he's doing in charging, I would say maybe don't and just keep on trying to make GSX completely work correctly and not have issues. Okay, so yeah, he didn't model that terminal at all, which I guess is fine. So Air Canada over here. Yeah, so he modeled a little bit. I honestly don't know what was or wasn't modeled when the scenery first came out. I mean, his version of this airport's been out for quite a while. I kind of dare say within the first 12 months of the sim being released, this was available. And I do believe somebody else also came out with a Vancouver. I can't remember who it was or is. But I don't know, man. The only other airport I'm thinking about buying that there's already one out of that I own is uh, California. That recent airport that came out that Latin VFR had already released. Sheesh. The one with the fun approach. Not San Jose. San Diego. Yeah, I already own Latin VFR San Diego. I know, I think it was BM Sim World or M Sim World. BM M Sim is are the developers that came out with the new San Diego. I'm tempted, but I just don't know. Is it really worth basically essentially buying the same airport twice? And I gotta say, at least as far as when it comes to this airport, I mean, from the outside and what it is, I don't mind it. I'm not really too terribly upset about how he modeled the interior of the cabin, or I'm sorry, the interior of the terminal over here. I'm really not. I just wish if he was going to do it, maybe spend just a little bit more time attention to detail and not use cardboardish like static people. I would say outside of that terminal, that would be what bothers me the most. But definitely better than what you would get by default, for sure. Yep, it definitely looks like GSX has definitely finished deboarding. I'm going to go ahead and lower that audio just a little tiny bit. There we go. That's not too low, definitely not too high. But that's pretty much it for tonight's stream. I do thank everybody for taking the time to watch. If you liked what you saw, please do give it a thumbs up and remember to subscribe. I will definitely be doing more flights. I definitely did give some consideration on what I want to do for a stream for tomorrow. Um, what was on my mind is, I said earlier I wanted to get to Salt Lake City, but I don't necessarily want to just do a fake flight from here to Salt Lake. Now, it's possible there could be a flight through some airlines going to Salt Lake City from here, but I just don't know, and I didn't necessarily find it. But what also came to mind was a flight to San Francisco. But when I took a look at, what Vancouver's departures were to see, you know, what flights were going where to the States, mostly what I found was WestJet and Air Canada, which should not at all be a surprise. But there was United. Now, I really wasn't necessarily wanting to fly any more United for a little bit, but that is the first non-international carrier I found in the list going to San Francisco. And I guess it would only really make sense that since there is really a United flight leaving Vancouver for San Francisco, that be United since, San Francisco is a United hub. So that's what we'll do tomorrow. So we're going to fly from Vancouver to San Francisco. But then I was like, I'm not going to do just one leg. Got to fly somewhere else. And the flight from Vancouver to San Francisco is really only a couple of hours. So then I thought, well, where else can I go? So I pulled up the departures from San Francisco. So tomorrow we're doing Vancouver to San Francisco and San Francisco to San Antonio. So San Francisco will be Microsoft's handcrafted San Francisco since we still don't have Beam. But I will be using I&I Build's San Antonio. Now, really what I wanted to do was a 737 and to get back to the 737, get more use out of that new UFT we got. But the reality is, the flight that United uses to go from Vancouver to San Francisco is a 319. Well, so I'll be using the Fenix 320 for that leg. Now, when we get to San Francisco and fly from San Francisco to San Antonio, well, realistically, United is using the 320. So we'll just stay with the Fenix. I'm not sure if anybody would really have cared that I flew the Boeing from here instead of the Airbus, but I might as well just stay realistic. I'll get back into the Boeing. So that's pretty much my plan. But again, thank you so much for taking the time to watch the stream. I hope you all had fun. I know I did. Oh, I was about to say goodbye, and a couple of things I didn't do yet. Let's go ahead and end flight for PACX. So PACX said I had a 223 feet per minute landing rate. But what did Volanta have to say? Volanta said that I had, let's see here. Volanta said I think Volanta said I did a little bit better, 216 feet per second. I mean, I don't really think it's quite considered to be a butter, but it's definitely not a bad landing either. But I definitely do not like that I floated it good part of the way down the runway. And I think part of what happened is I didn't pay close enough attention on the way down with the glide slope and the pappies. I came in a little too high. So, of course, I really didn't have much of a chance. And then it looks like, I overreacted a little bit. That maybe flared too much. So I caused it to float. Well, I'll have to work on that. But again, guys, thank you so much for watching. And I'll be looking forward to seeing everybody tomorrow.